for 2026. They're going to introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about what's going on at the fair, and a little bit about their elected position. So we'll turn it over to the fair royalty.
Hello, everyone. I'm Riley.
Stewart, I am your 2026 Butler Fair Ambassador.
And I am not a princess, but my name's Jason Ritchie, and I'm running with Stacey Garrity for governor and lieutenant governor this November to take out Shapiro. We need you to come out and vote and support. Thank you.
All right, how about it one more time? Big round of applause for our 2026 fair royalty. Also want to remind everybody the Junior Fair Board is selling t-shirts located down near the entrance to the grandstand. Check out those 250 commemorative t-shirts down there. They are $20 a piece. Again, that is the Butler Junior Fair Board selling those shirts. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to truck and tractor pulling action here at the 170th Big Butler Fair as we get ready to kick off night 1 of 2 with CS Pulling Promotions and the Western PA Tractor and Truck Pullers. I am joined by Kinsey, who's going to sing our national anthem, so if you could please rise at this time. Gentlemen, remove your caps.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Kinsey. We are ready to go with night number 1 as we get ready to kick off 5 divisions of truck and tractor pulling action. So 5 divisions getting set to go here tonight as we'll kick things off with our Western PA sanctioned class tonight, high performance 4-wheel drive trucks. These are unlimited cubic inch 4-wheel drive pickup trucks. They are allowed front hanging weight with DOT tires. Now this is a combination class of small and big block trucks. Now they do have to run a 1-ton drive line, so they are not allowed to run a drop box, but they are limited to a 1-ton drive line. But big block, small block competing together in this division. Some high horsepower trucks getting set to come to the track. Our second class up tonight on the track is going to be the Hot Rod V8 tractors, followed by the 2.6 Pro Street diesel pickups. Then our 410 Super Stock 4-wheel drives. Those trucks limited to 410 cubic inch, running cut pulling tires. Now they are only 410 cubic inch, but they turn those motors in excess of 10,000 RPMs. And we'll round out the evening with our Hot Farm Super Farm diesel tractor class. So right now, getting the Kraus weight transfer all set to go, getting those weights put in there. Each one of those weights weighing in at 2,000 pounds in the box. Sled weighs in right around 36,000 pounds empty. So then the sled operator has a few options. They can choose to put weight on the pan also. We don't need that in these divisions tonight, but we will tomorrow night when we have the super semis here. We'll be putting the weight on the pan, but all the weight in the box right now. Also, the sled operator has 10 gears to choose from, how fast that box comes up the rails. If you notice, when the sled starts out, the back of the pan is up off of the ground. As that box comes up the rails, there is a switch that it hits called the trip switch. It'll let that pan come down, the grouser bars dig into the track. That is also an adjustment the sled operator can make where that pan drops. Everything done on the outside of that sled. No adjustments able to be done from in the cab. Also, you'll notice, depending on the class, how far that box starts back underneath the cab. There are a set of pins in there that the sled operator can hold that box out further or put that box all the way back in underneath the cab. So lots of decisions for Mr. Rick Kraus here tonight on this awesome all-new pulling surface for 2026. The Butler Fair brought in some clay over the winter, building an absolute awesome pulling surface here. So we're going to turn it over real quick to Chase Steinman down on the track. And he is going to conduct a quick interview here.
So getting ready to roll for tonight's truck and tractor pulling event. And we're out here talking with Nick. Nick is actually the driver of the Blue Mac, weight transfer machine. And you ran on Friday night and brand new truck night. Talking about that track.
It's a very good track, real bitey, very similar to the Butler Farm shows. It's going to be a really good show. It's a really good track.
Well, especially with all the high horsepower equipment we have coming in tonight and tomorrow night. So tell us, what's it like driving that track?
It's different. Sitting up front, they've were fast. You're sitting in the back, so you're first on scene.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you coming out and helping out with Western PA. We'll send it back to you.
All right, so just about ready to get things underway as we get our first class in and across the scales here. We're running just a little bit behind. We had a bunch of trucks come in late due to traffic, so getting those guys across the scales, getting ready to go with our high-performance four-wheel drive trucks. While we got a moment here, I'd like to thank the crew here at the Big Butler Fair. Mike Roenig and the crew from the Butler Fair building an awesome track here tonight. Also like to thank Cleveland Brothers Cat as well as Groff Tractor and Equipment for providing the Cat and John Deere equipment out on the track. Also like to thank Watson's Incorporated and Monroe Tractor for our scraper roller tractors. Again, like to thank the Western PA Tractor and Truck Pullers out here tonight helping us work the track, co-sanction this event, as they are a member state of CS Pulling Promotions. Again, reminder, the Prospect Fire Department going around selling 50/50 tickets. Make sure you get those tickets. We'll draw that here later on tonight. And we are broadcasting live on CS Pulling Promotions. If you or someone you know can't make it to one of the CS Pulling events, we are broadcasting live and free on Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Also, if you want to follow along tonight with tonight's lineup, anytime you want to follow along with the lineup, live results, live points, all of our live scoring is available on cspulling.live. All right, so getting the high-performance trucks across that scale right now. Again, 5 divisions here tonight. 5 divisions back here tomorrow night as well with our Performance Street pickup trucks. The Limited Pro A-Pump tractors will be here, as well as the Pro Mod Run What You Brung pickup trucks. And the Super Semis will be here tomorrow night. So more pulling action you don't want to miss tomorrow. And then Friday and Saturday night, we head over to the Bunker Hill Shootout in Beloit, Ohio. 2 more nights of great pulling action over there with the crew of Bunker Hill. So just a couple moments away from the start here, as it looks like our first truck getting ready to come to the track. This is going to be Brett Cashier with a 1972 Chevrolet he calls Nothing Else Matters. Very tough running Chevy machine to kick things off here tonight. So coming in out of Salzburg, Pennsylvania. See what the big Chevy can do to kick things off here tonight. Attention the arena, if you are down along the front fence, we ask you please be seated. The people behind you cannot see, so if you're down along that front apron area, we ask you please be seated that the people behind you can't see. Also, another reminder, there is no smoking in the grandstand area. We kindly ask that there is no smoking in the grandstands. All right, so Brett Cash here getting that 72 Chevrolet fired up. Nothing else matters out of Salzburg, getting ready to kick things off. All right, so we are just about ready to go. We are trying to get the Agtronics unit set up. That is the GPS unit we use to measure distance. So working on getting that ready to go here on the sled. All right, so just about ready to go here as we get ready with high performance four-wheel drive pickup trucks. All right, so getting ready to go here. Unfortunately, sometimes with the Agtronics unit being GPS, with a lot of people here in the crowd, it interferes with some of the cell phone service, so we had to change channels on the Agtronics unit. So word from trackside is we are set to go out of Salzburg, Pennsylvania. Getting the chain tight for Brett Cashier with the truck he calls Nothing Else Matters. All right, so word from trackside is Brett Cashier is going to turn that down 280 feet. So we'll see him come back at the end of the class, but our sled is set and we are officially underway. All right, our next truck getting back to the sled out of Summer Hill, Pennsylvania. Sorry, out of Finleyville, Pennsylvania. This is Brian Pickering with the 79 Ford. He calls the Calamity Hollow Outlaw. So Brett Cashier turned down a 280. We'll see what Brian Pickering can do. Brian Pickering, the Calamity Hollow Outlaw. So we'll wait to get the distance from the sled. And the distance for Brian Pickering, 280.80, 280.80. So that will now be the mark to beat in the class as we are officially underway with our high-performance four-wheel drives. And our next competitor coming in out of Summer Hill, Pennsylvania with a 99 Ford Ranger. This is going to be Tyler Wright with the truck he calls Shotgun Sally. So Tyler Wright coming to the track. See if he can get out beyond that 280 mark. Very strong running Ford Ranger. Again, no cubic inch limit in this class, so big motors under the hood. Limited to a DOT tire. They are allowed to run front hanging weight. A very, very competitive, tough running class of trucks. So Tyler will get the chain tight. And he will wait for the green flags. All right, so Tyler getting hooked up. He's got that chain tight, going to wait for the green flags. Tyler Wright, Shotgun Sally. Tyler Wright, Shotgun Sally. Moving that leader cone up the track as we'll wait to get his official distance. And the official distance for Tyler Wright was Shotgun Sally, 288.67. 288.67, so he'll be your new leader in the class. All right. Our next truck getting hooked up to the sled. Out of Salzburg, Pennsylvania with a 1955 Chevrolet. This is going to be Daniel Gresco with a truck he calls Shake and Bake. How about it? Where's all my Chevrolet fans tonight? How about it, Ford fans? We got a Ford in the lead right now. Who thinks the Chevy can take over the lead? This is a very tough class of trucks. And there is a lot of heavy hitters sitting back there in the pit area. So we'll wait to see what Daniel Gresco can do with the Shake and Bake. Right now that lead out at 288. He's right up there near that lead mark. Looks to be a little bit short for Daniel Gresco with the Shake and Bake. So the distance for Daniel Gresco with the Shake and Bake, 284.21. Currently puts him number 2 in the class. As we get ready to bring out our next competitor. Out of Wampum, Pennsylvania with a 1980 Chevy. This is going to be Sean Lechner. Strong running truck. Now you'll notice no weight box on the front of this truck, but a very strong running Chevy machine, as he normally competes in a different division, stepping up here to run with the high performance trucks tonight. All right, green flags are out for Sean Lechner, looking to get beyond 288 for the lead. And he's going to get stopped up around that 250 mark. Good, solid pass, making the jump up to run with the high-performance trucks here tonight. And a good solid run for making that jump up here tonight, run with a high performance as we get ready to go to our next truck from just over in Cabot, Pennsylvania with the 79 Ford F350. This is Matt Moser getting ready to come to the track with a truck he calls Judgment Day. So getting backed into the sled now, Matt Moser with the Ford Judgment Day. Very tough running Ford machine. He's going to look to get out beyond that 288 mark, currently held by Tyler Wright with Shotgun Sally. I got to talk to Matt earlier. These guys ran over the 4th of July weekend up at Destination 300 up in Guys Mills. Had a little bit of issues with this truck. See if he got it fixed here tonight. Matt Moser. Matt Moser with Judgment Day. And the distance for Matt Moser with Judgment Day, 296.74. He's your new leader! Taking a big lead in the high performance division, Matt Moser and Judgment Day. As we get ready to bring our next truck to the track, another hometown puller out of Butler, Pennsylvania, with the 2006 Chevrolet. This is going to be Niven Hay doing the driving tonight on the Yellow Fever 2.0. Anybody that followed modified truck pulling back in the 70s and 80s will recognize this paint job. Yellow Fever, a national iconic truck owned by the Bauman team. Drew Hay doing a beautiful job putting this all-new Yellow Fever 2.0 together. Son Niven doing the driving tonight. See what he can do. First time in the seat right here in front of the hometown crowd. How about it, Chevy fans? You think the Yellow Fever can get up there and take over that lead spot? Very tough running truck. Picked up a win late in the season last year, rounded out over at the South Buffalo Fire Department. Picked up a win against the Pro Stock trucks. Drew put down an awesome pass over there. Niven doing the driving here tonight as he's going to look to get beyond that new lead mark of 296. So getting backed in there, getting squared up. These pullers want to be backed in as centered as possible, square with that sled, and make sure they can start out nice and straight. If you start out on an angle, you have to pull that chain straight. That sled will have to follow around. So they want to get backed in as perfectly centered as they can. Again, reminder, Prospect Fire Department going around selling 50/50 tickets. Last update, the take home was $341. Make sure you get those tickets. We'll be drawing them here later on. Also, the Butler Fair Junior Board selling t-shirts over near the entrance to the grandstand. Selling 250 commemorative t-shirts. Make sure you stop by and see them, $20. Also, the official CS Pulling Promotions merchandise stand. Open down here front and center on the grandstand. T-shirt, hoodies, hats, stickers, earplugs. We've got banners down there. The all-new T-shirt featuring the 410 Super Stock trucks as well as the 410 banner. We'll see those trucks here later on tonight. All right, looks like Niven's got the chain tight. He'll wait for the green flag. Niven Hay, Yellow Fever 2.0. The engine cut out on him. Now, he did not get past that 100-foot mark. So if he can get that truck running again, he does have a second attempt. So we'll see from the track side if he is able to get that truck fired back up, get backed up again. Now, right now his distance is at 86 feet. Again, each competitor does have that option. If they shut down before that 100-foot mark, they can come back. So he could also drop if they think they can get that truck fixed. He could drop, come back later on in the class. He would have one attempt. So they're down there looking that truck over. Now, they ran this truck back in June over at the Butler Farm Show with the Western PA pullers over there. And they had an ignition problem with that truck back in June. So down there checking that truck out. They're going to unhook him from the sled. We'll find out if he is going to take a drop and try to come back later into class or if he is done for the night. So we'll wait to get the word from trackside. All right, so it sounds like word from the trackside is they are not able to get that truck refired. They do not think they're going to be able to come back. So his distance tonight, 86.39. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big round of applause. Tough break here tonight for Niven Hay with the Yellow Fever 2.0. And hopefully they can get that ignition problem figured out as these trucks head Saturday over to the Bunker Hill Shootout for their next points hook there. Just got word the 50/50's up to $525 take home, up to $525. So make sure you get those 50/50 tickets as we get ready to bring our next truck to the line, our only Dodge in the class. So if you're a Dodge fan, this is your only shot at the win here tonight. And a very, very tough truck, very capable of taking over that lead mark. Out of Hermione, Pennsylvania, with a 1975 Dodge, this is going to be Mark Petros with the truck he calls Public Enemy. A long-time competitor in this division and very, very tough running Dodge machine, getting back into the sled now as he is going to look to get out beyond that 296 lead. Right now held by Matt Moser with the Judgment Day truck. How about it, Dodge fans? Who thinks the Dodge is going to take the lead on this pass? How about Ford fans? You think the Ford's going to hold on to the lead? One more time, how about it, Dodge fans? If you want to see the Dodge take home the win, again, this is your only shot. Make some noise for him. Very, very tough running truck. See what he can do as he gets the chain tight for Mark Petros with the Public Enemy. Oh, he was having a little bit of trouble. That truck did not want to hook up and go for him at the beginning of the run. He is not able to get into it up till about 175 feet. Definitely cost him a lot of valuable distance, so we'll wait to get the official mark. They're going to come up short of that lead here tonight for Mark Petros. So the distance for Mark Petros with the Public Enemy, 284.66, 284.66. So puts him still up there near the top of the class. We're going to come up short of that lead mark by about 10 feet.
Brad. Hey, Brad.
Yeah, Joey.
So Matt Moser said he thinks he's going to be number one the whole time.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a tough running Ford, Joey. I think he might be able to hold on to lead, but we still got a couple trucks back there that are going to say otherwise.
That's what I told him. I said, hey, Matt Moser. It's his birthday, by the way.
It's Matt's birthday. Well, let's tell Matt happy birthday. Happy birthday, Matt.
Matt Moser.
Win here on his birthday. That'd be a pretty good birthday present. What do you think, Joey?
I think so, too. Happy birthday, Matt. He can't hear. He's deaf.
I think he's ignored us.
That too, yeah.
So 2 more trucks to go in the class as we get ready to bring out our next competitor out of Clarksburg, Pennsylvania. This is going to be James Blair with the Ford he calls Headstrong. So we got a Ford in the lead, and this is our last Ford in the class with 1 Chevy to go. So James Blair getting back into the sled. That lead mark still out at 296. All right, he's got the chain tight, going to wait for the green flags. James Blair with Headstrong. Oh, he's right up there near that lead mark. We'll have to wait to get his official distance. It is going to be close. Definitely going to shake up that lead. And he needed to get beyond 296 for the lead. Distance for James Blair with Headstrong, 294.74. 294.74 puts him in the number 2 spot right now with one truck to go. He was our lead-off competitor. Turned down a 280-foot run. All right, so our final truck getting ready to come back in. He was our lead-off competitor, turned down a 280, said the track's going to get better, and I think I can do better than a 280. With the 1972 Chevy out of Salzburg, Pennsylvania, this is Brett Cashier coming back to the line with the truck he calls Nothing Else Matters. All right, Chevy fans, better make some noise. How about it? Who thinks the Chevy's going to take the win on the last hook of the class? How many people think Matt's going to hold on to the win on his birthday here tonight with the Ford? One more time, Chevrolet fans. This is a tough running Chevy, and he needs to get out beyond that 296 mark. Again, these trucks head over to the Bunker Hill Shootout on Saturday night, as we've got 2 nights of pulling coming up over there, Friday and Saturday. Green flags are out for Brett Cashier. Nothing else matters. How about it, Chevrolet fans? Brett Cashier, nothing else matters. We'll wait to get his official distance. He needed to go beyond 296. The official distance, 306.47. Your winner, Brett Cashier, with Nothing Else Matters. So we'll have a rundown here in just a moment. right, so we'll get ready to go with our next division, the Hot Rod V8s, as they're going to pull a block of weight out of that sled. So I just got word, last call on the 50-50. Again, last call on the All right, so the sled is reset as we get ready to go with Hot Rod V8s. Our first competitor getting back in out of Clinton, Pennsylvania. This is Jeremy Seibel with the tractor he calls Leaded. The first competitor for out of the Janoski pulling team. All right, so getting ready to kick things off with the Hot Rod V8s. Jeremy Seibel. Jeremy Seibel with Leaded. We'll wait to get the official mark from the sled. And the distance for Jeremy Seibel, 309.63. 309.63, so we'll wait to see if the sled is set and if he is going to keep that or turn it down. All right, I got word trackside. Our sled is set. Jeremy says, I can do better. So he's going to turn down that picture-perfect run and come back at the end of the class. So no official mark yet as Jeremy Seibel turns down to 309.63, but our sled is set. So we are underway in the class as we get ready to bring out our next competitor out of Clinton, Pennsylvania on a Minneapolis Moline G1000. This is John Roy with the tractor he calls Never Satisfied. A very tough run in Moline, getting back into the sled, as this is a very highly competitive division. These tractors often comes down to a game of inches. Some very tough running V8 powered tractors here. One of the earliest forms of modified tractor pulling. Basically, these are stock tractor chassis and they shove a big V8 engine in there. Now they do have an RPM limit in this class, but basically one of the earliest forms of modified tractor pulling, a very popular division. And we've got a very tough class of 12 here tonight as John Roy gets the chain tight. John Roy never satisfied. And the official distance for John Roy and never satisfied, 306.82. 306.82, so that will now be the mark to beat in the class. So we'll see. Jeremy Seibel turned down that 309. We'll see how that would have held up throughout the class here. As right now, John Roy goes with the never satisfied. And we get ready to bring our second entry in out of the Janoski pulling team out of Clinton, Pennsylvania. This is Mike Janoski with the Chevy Powered International he calls the bow tie binder. So Mike Janoski coming to the sled. Now these tractors ran over the 4th of July weekend up in Clark's Mills at destination, and 3 of the 4 Janoski tractors went 1 through 3 in the class. So very, very competitive pulling team out of Clinton as Mike Janoski gets ready to go with the bow tie binder, looking to go beyond 306 for the lead. So he's going to get that chain tight as he'll look for the green flags. Chevrolet power under the hood. Mike Janoski, the bow tie binder. Mike Janoski and the bow tie binder. In the distance for Mike Janoski in the bow tie binder. 321.86. 321.86. He'll be your new leader. Putting down an awesome pass. As we bring our next tractor out to the sled on a Massey Harris 44. This is going to be Zach English with the tractor he calls the Red Slinger. Now the Hot Rod V8's an all-new points division with CS Pulling Promotions in 2026. We ran these at a couple events in 2025. The pullers asked to come on as a full sanction class here in 2026 as they kicked off their season over at the Bunker Hill Shootout. And they head back there again on Friday night. So Zach English getting backed into the sled as he's going to look to put that Massey Harris out beyond that 321 mark as Mike Janoski just put down a monster pass.
Hey, Brad.
Yeah, go ahead, Joey.
I got a quick public announcement.
What do you got, Joey?
I believe this is an iPhone with on the back a Lilo and Stitch sticker. If this is yours, you have to find me.
All right, so if you're missing an iPhone with Lilo and Stitch on it, find Jumpin' Joey. He's running around here in the grandstands. We'll get you hooked up with him if you're missing an iPhone. Zach English with the Red Slinger. And his official distance, 309.98, 309.98. Currently puts him number 2 in the class.
So again, if you lost an iPhone, I believe it's an iPhone. The background has an angel with a cross. It's a Cricket phone with a sticker on the back with Lilo and Stitch. Find the guy that looks like a clown.
Did you just call yourself a clown, Joey?
No. Hold that real quick. I called that guy a clown. He has weird ears.
All right, so the next competitor coming out on the Kraus weight transfer machine. This is another tractor out of the Janoski pulling team. This is Tom Janoski with a Minneapolis Moline they call the Old Yeller. So one final pass of the scraper roller as we get Tom Janoski hooked up to the sled. Again, like to thank the crew from the Western PA Pullers out here working hard tonight, helping us out on the track with hook, unhook, scraping, and rolling for us out here, helping us build this track. Like to thank Rod Schubert for bringing his disc out here and working the track up for us tonight, as well as Mike Ronig and the crew from the Big Butler Fair. Also like to thank Cleveland Brothers Cat and Groff Tractor and Equipment for the John Deere equipment out here on the track tonight. Also, Watson's Incorporated in Monroe Tractor for the scraper roller tractors we have out here. Tom Janoski, Old Yeller. And the distance for Tom Janoski with Old Yeller, 304.86, 304.86. So far, Mike Janoski holding on to a big lead with the bow tie binder out at 321. Zach English currently sitting in that number 2 spot at 309. As we bring Clay Sindlinger out to the track on a Ford 5000. He calls this tractor ripped up.
I'm getting ripped, all right.
All right, so Clay's getting hooked up to the sled. Well, we'll see Mark Sindlinger out here later on in our Hot Farm Super Farm division, bringing that tough running Super Farm machine they call Babe out here. Sindlinger family runs in multiple classes. They have a single engine modified tractor as well as a classic super stock. We'll see the classic super stocks over at the Bunker Hill Shootout on Friday night. Clay Sindlinger ripped up. And Clay's distance, 307.17, 307.17. Currently puts him number 3 in the class.
Just so everybody knows, I am not a water boy. I got a text message, do you deliver water in the stands? No. No.
Maybe you could deliver some water. You could sell some water, make a little extra money.
All right, I got a half-drank bottle for $5. Anybody want it? Yeah?
All right, as we get ready to go with our next tractor coming to the line on an Oliver 1850. This is going to be Michael Palmer with the tractor he calls Haterade. All new tractor for 2026. Michael got this tractor over the winter. Normally he runs a tractor called Bazinga. That tractor currently not running. So he's running the all-new Oliver here right now. Looks like they might be having a little bit of issue with that tractor. He shut it down there at the starting line. Down there checking that tractor over. right, so Michael Palmer got that tractor fired back up. Gonna come to the sled here. So Michael Palmer gonna look to get beyond that 321 mark. Right now, Mike Janoski holding on to a big lead. Zach English in second place at 309. Still a lot of tough tractors back there in the staging area. All right, green flags are out. Michael Palmer, Haterade. And he's going to get stopped up right around that 300-foot mark with a bunch of other tractors. And the distance for Michael Palmer on Haterade, 302.76, 302.76. So still getting a few bugs worked out of that tractor here. Putting down a good solid pass though. So getting ready to come to the track next. The second entry out of the Roy Pulling team. This is going to be Logan Neely with the Farmall M called the Roy Toy. Now a little bit of a unique motor in this one. This one is powered by a Cadillac engine and a very tough running Cadillac motor. So a little bit behind this tractor when Roy's were getting started out, they were pulling antiques. Decided one night that, you know, the antique tractors were just a little bit boring. They needed something a little more. So they're sitting there in the garage, and maybe after a few drinks, they decided they're looking at, John looks at his wife's Cadillac out in the driveway. Says, hey, I think we can put that Cadillac motor in the Farmall. Needless to say, by the next morning, the V8 was in the Farmall. She was not happy with the Farmall motor in the Cadillac. So Logan Neely doing the driving here tonight on the Roy Toy. All right, so Logan's getting the chain tight. Green flags are out. Logan Neely with the Roy Toy. And he's going to get stopped up right around that 300-foot mark. These guys are really stacked up there. And the distance for Logan Neely on the Roy Toy, 299.65. 299.65. As we get ready to bring the next tractor out on a Case 930. This is going to be Gary Stafford with the tractor he calls Tire Man. Don't see too many cases out on the pulling circuit. But a good looking old Case 930 getting ready to back into the sled. So Gary Stafford getting ready to go as he's going to look to put the Case out ahead of Mike Janoski, holding on to that lead out of 321. Zach English still holding on to second place at 309, and Clay Sindlinger sitting in third at 307. Gary Stafford with the Tire Man. Gary's distance 272.42, 272.42. Did a bunch of work on that tractor over the winter, still trying to get a few bugs worked out. Look, might have been a little heavy on the front end as those front tires never came up off the ground. So still trying to get that new setup figured out. As Gary Stafford goes 272. As we get ready to bring the third entry in out of the Roy pulling team. On a Farmall 706, this is going to be Lou Roy with the tractor he calls Mad Jack. Now, he kicked off the season with a win over at the Bunker Hill Shootout. Another tractor in from the Janoski pulling team. This is going to be Dan Janoski with the Farmall M. He simply calls the M. So Mike Janoski holding on to lead. Zach English in second. Lou Roy moves into number 3 spot with 3 tractors to go. So one final pass of the scraper roller here. The guys are doing an awesome job keeping that track surface groomed up here all night long. Dan Janoski with the M. And the distance for Dan Janoski on the M, 307.07, 307.07. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get your 50-50 tickets out. We're going to draw the number here. I have the winning ticket in front of me. And the winning 50-50 number is 354460. 354460. You can claim that right down here front and center of the grandstand on the apron. Just bring your ticket down front to the table and they will verify and give you the money. Again, that was 354460. As we get ready to bring our next tractor line out of Mercer, Pennsylvania with a 1957 Oliver Super 88. This is Dennis Moose with a tractor he calls the Row Crop Roadrunner. Another very tough competitor in this division. So 2 more tractors to go. As Dennis Moose getting hooked up to the sled. Mike Janoski still holding on to lead at 321. Zach English still holding on to number 2 at 309, and Lou Roy in third at 308. Dennis Moose, the Row Crop Roadrunner. And Dennis's distance, 306.82, 306.82. So these tractors are all stacked up. Mike Janoski still holding on to a huge lead. And we did get a winner on the 50-50. Again, like to thank everybody who bought 50-50 tickets, supporting the Prospect Borough Fire Department. So one more tractor to go in the Hot Rod V8 division. He was your leadoff competitor, Jeremy Seibel. Now he had a 309. He turned it down. That run right now would currently put him number 3. As Zach English is at 309.98. Jeremy went 309.63 his first time out. So he's going to look to see if he can put the Janoski pulling team 1 and 2 here tonight. So Jeremy Seibel getting ready to go with leaded. Farmall 1206. Our final tractor in the Hot Rod V8 division. Then we get ready to go with 2.6 diesel pickup trucks. So Jeremy Seibel, green flags are out. See what he can do with leaded. Jeremy Seibel and leaded. Now he needed to go beyond 321 for the lead. His distance 318.40. 318.40. So the Janoski team goes 1 and 2 here tonight. Not going to take over that top spot, but he will move into the number 2 spot. Jeremy Seibel with leaded. So we'll have a rundown here in just a minute. So run down the top 5 in the class. 5th place is going to go to Clay Sindlinger with the ripped up Ford. 4th place is going to go to Lou Roy with Mad Jack.
So down here talking with Leah from Long Acres Agronomic Solutions, one of our big sponsors with CS Pulling Promotions here in 2026. And super excited to have you guys on. And you guys have really grown a lot this year, a lot of big things. Tell us about some of that stuff.
So, you want me to hold? I've been with Long Acres for about 1.5 years, and especially this year we've grown a ton. More recently, we're really excited to announce that we are now working with Beck's Hybrids. They are a third largest seed company in the U.S., and they're still family owned. They actually will be family owned for the next at least 99 years. They can literally not sell. So we really like that about them. So this will be our first year dealing with them. They are really for the farmers. They're not so corporate and stuff like other companies. They are just for the farmers. So they offer a wide range of Corteva, Bayer, and Syngenta genetics. They also have their own genetics. And we offer corn, soybeans, wheat, forages, cover crops, hay. There's a lot of different options. We're really excited about working with Beck's.
Yeah, super excited. We love the family-owned and operated companies. For people that want to know about Long Acres and all that you guys provide, where can people find more information?
I do have some business cards down here. It has our website and phone number and address. We're located in, well, the address is Tionesta, but we're about 7 miles outside of Tionesta, kind of in between, right out of Freiburg. You can give us a call, 814-744-8454. You can find us on Facebook, Long Acres Agronomic Solutions. You can go to our website, www.longacresagro.com. You can search us online and just give us a call, and we'd be happy to sit down and go over some stuff with you.
Well, we appreciate you coming out, Leah, and we'll definitely keep everyone updated, everyone watching at home, and everyone here in the stands of what Long Acres has got going on. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Chase. Again, like to thank Long Acres Agri Solutions, as well as our other sponsors, Warren Diesel Injection, Catanese Excavating, Steinman Graphics and Design, Mr. Excavator, Devil's Trucking, Apex Diesel. Without them, we would not be able to produce these awesome shows for you. Then how about it? Let's give a big round of applause for the Butler Fair Board for bringing us out here. How about it, everybody? Give them a big round of applause if you're enjoying the show tonight. As it looks like we've just about got the sled reset, as we are ready to go with our 2.6 Pro Street diesel trucks. So our 2.6 Pro Street diesel truck division. These trucks limited to a DOT style tire. They are allowed front hanging weight, but they must run a 2.6 inch turbocharger under the hood. As we get ready to bring our first truck to the track, this is going to be Frank Field with the Ford he calls always late. All right, so I got word we're going to go down to Chase one more time with an interview here in just a moment.
So down here talking with Mike Janoski, your winner of the Hot Rod VA class. Mike, you had a good run going. We've been watching you all season. You've had one hook out with CS there at the Bunker Hill Shootout, and you had a good run there, but tonight you got the win. So what'd you do different?
Just played the track. It was a tough track, but you had to know what you're doing, and I played it and came out on top.
So what's it like having multiple pulling vehicles in the same class? Because you guys have quite a few tractors. It's got to be a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, but it takes everybody to make it work, and thank God for the boys, and we all get it done, and we don't know how we get it done sometimes, but we get it done, and we make it here.
So new to the CS circuit this year, the Janoski pulling team. Super excited to see how things stack up. This was the second hook. We still got lots more to go.
Yep, I'm excited for it.
Well, thanks a lot for coming out, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you for everything.
All right, and thanks, Mike Janoski, your winner tonight in the Hot Rod V8 division. We'll see those guys Friday night over at the Bunker Hill Shootout in Beloit, Ohio, as we've got 4 days in a row of truck and tractor pulling action. We'll be back here tomorrow night with 5 more action-packed classes. We'll have the Performance Street 4-wheel drive pickup trucks, the Run What You Brung Pro Mod pickup truck division, and I don't say 4-wheel drive, as the 2-wheel drive trucks are allowed to compete in that class, and we have a couple of them coming here tomorrow night. And we'll have our Limited Pro A-pump diesel tractors, and the Super Semis come to the Big Butler Fair tomorrow night. So it looks like the Kraus weight transfer machine is reset down there, and they are ready to go as Frank Field making his way to the starting line. Now this is a new truck in the 2.6 division for 26. Last year Frank was running the open street diesel class, very, very competitive in that division. Made the jump to 2.6 over the winter. Now he would jump back and forth last year a little bit between the open street and 2.6. The 2.6 trucks hanging weight in the front must have a drawbar style hitch, whereas our open street diesel division, which will be here tomorrow night, limited to a Reese receiver hitch and no hanging weight. Still running that 2.6 turbocharger under the hood though, so a very tough class of diesel 4-wheel drive is going to be here tomorrow night.
Testing 1 2, check, test 1 2.
Frank Field, always late, taking that sled back home with him. So we'll wait to get the official word trackside, but I think they are going to reset that sled as he was out past 340 feet and out of room. So the word trackside is we are going to add a weight, tighten that sled up a little bit, try to keep these guys safely on the pulling surface so they're not headed out onto the circle track. So 344 for Frank Field, and we are going to reset that sled, tighten it up a little bit, make sure we can get these guys safely stopped down there as he put down a monster pass. I think he was going to take the sled home with him for Frank Field, and always late. And we definitely want to tighten that sled up because we have some very tough 2.6 trucks here tonight. So adding a 2,000-pound block to the Kraus transfer machine. We'll see if he makes any other adjustments, but definitely going to tighten that sled up a little bit. Again, this all-new pulling surface here at the Big Butler Fair. Absolutely awesome surface. All new clay added to that surface over the winter. And these pullers are getting a hold of it here tonight. Again, while we got a moment here, Just a reminder, the CS Pulling Promotions merchandise stand open down here in front of the grandstands on the apron. Stop down there and check out all the t-shirts, hoodies, hats. We've got stickers, earplugs, we've got banners. The all-new banner and shirt design for 2026 featuring the 410 Super Stock trucks. We'll see them here later on tonight.
She fed me some.
So getting the sled reset. Mike Weekland doing the driving tonight. In the Ford, they call Just Putting Up a Fight. Now, normally Amanda drives this truck. She is out of town, not able to make it here tonight. So her husband Mike brought the truck over here. Wanted to get a pass here in front of the Butler crowd. Beautiful looking Ford, and that is not a wrap on that truck. That is an actual paint job, giving it that rusty look as it's painted to match Mike's light pro tractor. So Mike Weekland doing the driving here tonight on Just Putting Up a Fight. Now they named this truck, Amanda picked this name as she is a breast cancer survivor. So that is why she decided to paint the truck pink and give it the name Just Putting Up a Fight. As husband Mike doing the driving here. Very, very tough running truck as they take this truck all over the country. They were down in Georgia back in October at Diesels and Dark Corners. Run down there against some of the toughest trucks in the country. So Mike Weekland getting hooked up to the sled. Mike and Amanda have their own pulling track out there in Chest Springs. Host a couple events a year. They got a big event coming up in October as they use that as a benefit pull out there to raise money. Mike and Amanda put on an awesome pull out there in October in Chest Springs. If you ever get the chance to head out there and check it out. Mike Weekland just putting up a fight. Mike Weekland just putting up a fight. Gonna get stopped. The distance for Mike Weekland, 293.78. 293.78. All right, so word trackside is our sled is set. Mike said, I can do better. So since the sled was reset, he became the test puller. So he does have the option to turn that run down. He says, I can do a little bit better. I got a feel for the track now. I'm going to come back at the end of the class. So no official mark yet as Mike Weekland turned down that 293.78.
Hey, we're down here with Mike Weekland right now. Mike Weekland, what did you think, man? I mean, you're going back out, to reset the sled. You think I can do better? You're going back?
I just think I might be able to do a little better driving. I walked it out maybe a little too much, but this is the second time in that truck, right over every weekend, so I feel why not.
I was going to say, you're not typically behind the wheel this year.
No, this is behind the wheel. That's first time.
Hey, that's what we like. We know you're in a hurry. We'll let you get back to the sled.
All right, so we'll see Mike coming back later as we get ready to bring our first lady driver to the track for the evening. Out of Elwood City, Pennsylvania, with a 1980 Chevy. This is going to be Renee Dean with the truck she calls the Harvest Wrecker. This was an all-new truck in 2025, and she came out strong in the 2.6 division and has been running very good so far here in 26. So no official mark yet in the class as Mike Weekland turned down his run, but the sled is set. So Renee Dean's going to set the mark to beat here. How about it? Any lady driver fans here tonight? Make some noise for the lady driver. Renee Dean and the Harvest Wrecker, 292.68, 292.68. So that will now be the mark to beat in the class at 292.68. So it'll be interesting to see Mike Weekland turn down a 293. Right now that would still be good enough for the lead. So we'll have to wait and see how the 292 is going to hold up. And if Mike made the good decision to turn down that 293. Again, another highly competitive division. A very tough field of trucks, and it is anyone's game any night. As we get ready to bring out our next competitor with a 2008 Dodge 3500. This is going to be Trevor Rainey with the truck he calls Wound Tight. This was an all-new truck in 25. Came out very strong in the class and has been running very strong here in 2026. These trucks competed last weekend up at Destination 300, and this was the winner on Friday night. He has been right up there near the top of the class all year long. Out of the Apex Diesel shop. We'd like to thank Apex Diesel. They are our sponsor here in the 2.6 Diesel division. So Trevor Rainey getting set to go. Green flags are out, marked to beat at 292. Trevor Rainey wound tight. Trevor Rainey wound tight. And the distance for Trevor Rainey, 282.02, 282.02. So good strong run, just coming up a little short of that lead mark as we get ready to bring another Dodge machine to line with a 96 Dodge. This is going to be Brandon Fender with a truck he calls second go round. So it looks like Brandon moving that sled over. Now the competitors do have the option. They can spot that sled anywhere they want down there between the white lines. There is a cone back there behind the sled. The competitors can put that sled anywhere they want between the white lines. So moving that sled over here to this near side of the track. See if he can find a new line.
Well, you know when it says Apex Diesel Performance, the truck's going to run pretty good. Currently holding out second so far in the class. How'd the run feel?
It felt pretty good.
Well, we've watched you here early on the season. You ran at Cookport. Have you made any changes to the truck since then?
No, it's about the same as it's been all year. Hasn't changed yet.
Well, that's what we like to see. You made a couple other hooks, other series, other places, so you're getting the seat time. That's what we like to see.
Yep, we got quite a few hooks on it so far, and it's going good.
Well, we'll see how the distance holds up. We got a couple more hooks left to go.
Thank you.
All right, so Trevor Rainey currently sitting number 2 in the wound tight Dodge. As we get ready to go with another Dodge machine on the line, Brandon Fender with second go round. Oh, he's right up there near that lead mark. And the distance for Brandon Fender with second go round, 291.78, 291.78. That'll move him into the number 2 spot as Renee Dean holds on to lead at 292. So we've got just a couple more trucks to go as Renee Dean holding on to that lead at 292. as we get ready to bring our next truck to the line out of New Galilee, Pennsylvania, with a Dodge 2500. This is Matt Deal working on. So Matt Deal, another tough run in Dodge, getting ready to come to the sled. He was the 2025 points champion in the 2.6 diesel division. So Matt getting backed into the sled. Renee down there getting him backed into the sled. Now Matt and Renee, boyfriend, girlfriend, she drives the Chevy, he drives the Dodge. She's getting him backed in. Now what do you think if he wins? It's probably going to be a long ride home. At least they don't have far to go tonight. How many think the lady driver is going to hold on to the lead? How many think Matt's going to take over the lead with the Dodge? He needs to get beyond 292 to take over that lead mark. Matt Deal with working on. All right, green flags are out. Matt Deal working on, looking to go beyond 292. Going to come up a little short of that lead. And the distance for Matt Deal working on 289.07. 289.07 right now puts him in the number 3 spot. So just a couple more trucks and an exhibition run here to go in the 2.6 class, as Renee Dean holding on to that lead at 292. Our next truck getting ready to come to the sled. He was our lead-off competitor. Took that sled clear out around onto the racetrack. This is Frank Field coming back in. Now his first pass was 344 before we tightened that sled up. As now the mark to beat out of 292. So we'll see what Frank can do with the Ford. Out of the Warren Diesel shop. Warren Diesel Injection, another sponsor here for CS Pulling Promotions in 2026. So power stroke under the hood. How about it, Ford fans? Who thinks the Ford's going to take over the lead? How many think the Chevrolet is going to hold on to the lead? One more time, Ford fans. How about it one more time, Chevrolet? It sounds like the Chevy fans think the lady driver can hold on, but we'll see what Frank can do, as this is a strong running 2.6 truck with the Power Stroke under the hood. Frank Field, always late. Well, he come up a little short there. That truck was definitely hot coming back to the line, as he didn't have a lot of time to cool down. Tried a little bit different line than he did the first time down the track, running right down this close white hand side of the line. His distance 255.12, 255.12. As we've got one more to go and then one exhibition, as Mike Weekland gets ready to come back to the line. Now, he turned down a 293, and we said, we'll see how that holds up. Now, if he'd have kept that run, he'd have been the winning truck in the class. So now he's got to come back and do it again. Unfortunately, when these trucks get hot, it definitely costs a little bit of distance in the motor. So we'll see what Mike can do. See if he can get back out to that 293 mark where he was at before, as he turned down the winning pass. So sometimes that's how it goes in truck and tractor pulling. That is the gamble you take. So Mike Weekland getting set to go. Getting hooked up to the sled here. One final pass of the scraper roller tractor. Again, big thanks to the Western PA Tractor and Truck Pullers co-sanctioning this show here tonight. Out here helping out on the track with the hook, unhook, scraping and rolling. Green flags are out. Mike Weekland just putting up a fight. Needs to go beyond 292 to take home the win. And not going to be able to get up there near that lead mark on that second pass. So he had the winning run and he turned it down. Distance for Mike Weekland with just putting up a fight. 287.46. 287.46. So we do have an exhibition run at the end of this class. We'll have a rundown here in just one moment. So in 6th place is going to be Frank Field with Always Late. 5th place goes to Mike Weekland with Just Putting Up a Fight. 4th place is going to go to Trevor Rainey with Wound Tight. 3rd will be Matt Deal with Working On. 2nd place is going to go to Brandon Fender with Second Go Round. And your winner here tonight, the lady driver with the Chevrolet, Renee Dean, and the Harvest Wrecker. So one exhibition pass to go here tonight. This is going to be Chad Brown coming to the line with a 2015 Chevrolet he calls Seeing Red. Now this truck normally competes in the Renegade Diesel division. These trucks look very similar to the 2.6 trucks, DOT tires, single rear wheels. They are allowed the front hanging weight. However, they are allowed up to a 3.6-inch turbocharger under the hood. So much bigger turbocharger in the Renegade Diesel division. So Chad Brown getting backed in with Seeing Red. After Chad Brown, we'll get ready to go with our 410 Super Stock 4-wheel drive division. A very tough running class, 410 cubic inches, cut pulling tires, turning in excess of 10,000 RPMs. So making a quick adjustment to the sled there. We want to make sure we can get Chad stopped. Again, these trucks running a lot bigger turbocharger than the 2.6 division that just ran, running up to a 3.6-inch charger. So making a quick adjustment on the sled for Chad Brown with Seeing Red. As we've got 2 more divisions to go here tonight, our 410 Super Stock 4-wheel drives, and we'll round out the evening with the Hop Farm Super Farm tractors, as we've got 14 of the toughest tractors around here to compete tonight in the Hop Farm Super Farm division. All right, so it looks like Chad Brown just about ready to go. All right, looks like we got green lights on the sled. Green flags are out. Chad Brown, Seeing Red. Brown, seeing red. And the distance for Chad Brown, seeing red, 331.34. 331.34. Chad Brown, seeing red.
Oh, yeah. All right, guys. So you saw me walking around the stands and whatnot throughout the night. I randomly picked 2 people just for tonight. I picked them out of the crowd, and I'm going to bring them on the track right now, guys. Welcome, the Blue Dinosaur and the Brown Dinosaur. We're going to try a dinosaur race here tonight. See who's quicker. So who do you guys think? We got a little kid there that we picked in the blue. We got about a middle-aged man there in the brown one. Who do you think's going to win? Who do you think the blue dinosaur can do it? Getting our camera lady ready here. All right. I'm going to need everybody that's still in the grandstands to help me count down here. They're going to run all the way here to the 150. All right, if they can see me, if you guys are ready there in the grandstands. Dinosaurs, are we ready? Oh, we got a little kick of the feet. All right, whenever my hands go down, you may run. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, my other hand, go! Oh boy, oh, it's going to be close to the brown one's keeping up. He's going, and he got it. Oh yeah, and slide. You're out. Man, what a shame. Give it up, guys, there for the little blue dinosaur. He lost a little bit of hair, but that's all right. Tomorrow night, we're going to do the same thing. But tomorrow, we are going to have 6. So if you're coming back tomorrow, we're going to be looking for 6 people in the stands to help out, guys. Give it up.
All right, so getting the sled reset as we get ready to go with 410 Super Stock trucks. We've got 11 of them on the ground here tonight, and then we'll wrap up the evening with the Hot Farm, Super Farm diesel tractors. A very tough class of 4-wheel drive trucks getting ready to come to the line. And we will be back here again tomorrow night with 5 more action-packed divisions, including the Super Semis, the Run What You Brung Pro Mod trucks, Limited Pro A-Pump tractors, as well as the Performance Street pickups and Open Street diesel. We're going to send it down to Chase Steinman with another interview.
'26 Pro Street Diesel Sled Pulling, presented by Apex Diesel Performance right here at the Big Butler Fair. I'm here with one of our only female drivers in the class, one of 2. This is Renee Dean. She's our winner of the Apex Diesel 2.6 class. Renee, how'd the run feel out there?
It felt really good, and it seems like since we did some engine work to it over the winter, it's been a little bit of a struggle, and each run I feel like I do something different, but whatever I did tonight is what I need to keep doing. So
Exactly. We obviously saw that out there. Renee, you've been battling some issues here early on in the season. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so I started out with a clutch issue. We got that squared away, and then basically just tuning issues. But I just kind of went back to what I was doing last year, and I think I'm going to stick with it.
I think you should too. Looks like a pretty good run out there. Congratulations, Renee, and we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, so getting ready to go with 410 Super Stock pickup trucks. Our first competitor getting back into the sled out of Cadiz, Ohio, with a 1978 Chevy 3500. This is Richard Eberhardt with the truck he calls Pieces and Parts. A tough running Chevrolet kicking things off here tonight. All right, kicking things off, Richard Eberhardt. Green flags are out. Pieces and Parts. Richard Eberhardt, Pieces and Parts. And the distance for Richard Eberhardt, Pieces and Parts, 310.53. 310.53. And word track side is he is keeping that pull. So we are underway in the Super Stock Truck Division at 310.53 for Richard Eberhardt with Pieces and Parts. So we get ready to bring our next truck to the line. This is Calvin Brown Sr. with a 1998 Chevy. Calls this truck Pipe Dreams. Now, a little bit of story behind this truck. Calvin owned this truck for a number of years, competed under the name Pipe Dreams. He sold that truck. It was called Live Wire, driven by Darren Young. Calvin bought this truck back over the winter, and it is now back to Pipe Dreams. So Calvin Brown Sr. of the Buckeye Motorsports pulling team. They've got 4 trucks in this class tonight. And this is a tough running truck in the Super Stock Division. Started off the season with a win on the Western PA Series over at the Butler Farm Show back at the beginning of June. These trucks head over to the Bunker Hill Shootout on Saturday night. So Calvin Brown Sr. getting hooked up to the sled with Pipe Dreams, looking to go beyond 310.5. All right, green flags are out. Calvin Brown Sr., Pipe Dreams. Oh, he's going to be close to that lead mark. I think he may have just got the lead. So the lead was at 3:10. The distance for Calvin Brown Sr. and Pipe Dreams, 3:13.29. He's your new leader. So now the Pipe Dreams Chevrolet takes over the lead. As we get ready to bring another tough running Chevrolet to the track, a former points champion in this division, a longtime competitor in super stock trucks, and one awesome looking machine with a 1933 Chevrolet. This is Luke Simeon with the truck he calls Out of the Blue. Luke Simeon going to fire up the big Chevy. Again, these trucks limited to 410 cubic inches, naturally aspirated, carbureted motor, turning in excess of 10,000 RPMs. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Good looking 33 Chevrolet getting ready to back into the sled for Luke Simeon. Again, this is one tough class. It is anyone's game, as we've got 11 tough trucks set to compete here tonight. As now that lead mark out at 3:13. Looks like Luke Simeon got the chain ready to go, as he'll wait for the green lights on the sled, green flags. Green flags are out. Luke Simeon out of the blue. Luke Simeon out of the blue, putting down a huge pass. He needed to go beyond 3:13 distance for Luke Simeon. 3:20.86. He's your new leader. All right, we're going to go back down trackside with Chase Steinman with another interview.
So down here trackside, Calvin Brown Sr. Now, Calvin, you took a little bit of time off from the four-wheel drive Superstock class.
Yeah, about 15 years I've been out of the class, and I'd sold my truck, and then the gentleman that bought it decided he wanted to take some time off, wanted to know if I wanted it back, so I bought it back. I said, what'd you change? He said, nothing. And I said, okay, then I should be able to drive, so here we go.
Yeah, it looks like you came out swinging.
Oh, yeah, we've had a lot of fun so far.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate it, and we're glad you're back to the four-wheel drive Superstock class. Later on, we'll see your son, Calvin Brown Jr., correct?
correct. Yeah, he'll be out here just a little bit later, yes.
Awesome. We'll see how that distance holds up. Thanks, man.
All right, so getting ready to go with our next truck coming to the line with a 93 Ford F350. This is going to be Tyler Martin with the truck he calls the Outlaw. So he's got the Ford fired up. Now, so far, it's been all Chevy in the class. This is going to be our first Ford coming to the line. We'll see 2 trucks in this class from the Martin pulling team. It's Tyler Martin comes out with the Outlaw. So the new mark to beat out at 320 for Luke Simeon. Green flags are out. Tyler Martin with the Outlaw. Tyler Martin, the Outlaw. And the distance for Tyler Martin, 283.55, 283.55. We get ready to bring the second truck in from the Buckeye Motorsports pulling team. This is going to be Trad Dill getting ready to come to the sled with a 1991 Chevy called the Buckeye Bandit. Luke Simeon still holding on the lead at 320.86. Trad Dill getting fired up back there in the staging area. Trad Deal getting the Buckeye Bandit backed into the Kraus weight transfer machine. As that mark to beat, still 320 for Luke Simeon and out of the blue. Looks like our Hot Farm Super Farm tractors getting scaled in down there, getting ready to go. Our last class of the evening will be Hot Farm Super Farm Diesel Tractor Division. As Trad Deal gets the chain tight. Green flags are out for the Buckeye Bandit. Trad Deal and the Buckeye Bandit putting down a good solid pass. See if he's going to shake up that leaderboard. And the distance for Trad Deal and the Buckeye Bandit, 3:13.74. 3:13.74 currently puts him number 2 in the class. So Trad Deal moving into that number 2 spot. As we get ready to bring the second truck in from the Martin pulling team. All new truck coming to the line for 2026, and it has come out very strong as they are quickly getting this truck dialed in with a 1991 Ford Ranger. This is going to be Ryan Martin with the truck he calls Slingin' Lead. Right now, that lead mark's still 320 for Luke Simeon. We are just about a little over halfway through our Superstock division. Luke Simeon in first place. Right now, Trad Deal sitting in second. Calvin Brown senior in third. As Ryan Martin brings the all in lead. So Ryan getting the chain tight. final pass of the scraper roller. See what he can do with the all-new truck, Slinging Lead. Ryan Martin, Slinging Lead. And the distance for Slinging Lead, 306.57. 306.57. Good solid run as they are getting that truck dialed in. All new ground up build in 2026. They've only had that truck out a handful of times so far, and it is getting better with every pass. So we've seen 2 of the 4 trucks out of the Buckeye Motorsports pulling team. As we get ready to bring our next truck to the line, this is Calvin Brown Jr. with the Chevy he calls the Buckeye Bowtie. A very strong running Chevy and a very good looking Chevrolet too. When we go down to New Martinsville to the fair down there in West Virginia, they do a fan favorite down there. We line all the trucks up on the far side of the track after the class, and the fans get to cheer for their favorite truck. They give away about a 6-foot tall trophy. This truck here has been the fan favorite 2 years in a row. Down there at New Martinsville at the fairgrounds. For Calvin Brown Jr. with the Buckeye Bowtie. His dad currently sitting number 3 in the class with Pipe Dreams. Luke Simeon holding on to lead at 320. So the third entry from Buckeye Motorsports getting ready to come to the line.
So who's all coming back tomorrow? Brad, are you?
I'll be back here tomorrow. You coming back tomorrow, Joey?
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking about not even leaving.
Well, I'll tell you what. We've got an awesome lineup coming back here tomorrow night, including the Super Semis, the Limited Pro Tractors, the Pro Mod Run What You Brung, Open Street Diesel. It is going to be another night of big horsepower. And the Performance Street Gas pickup trucks all coming back here tomorrow night. So Calvin Brown Jr. getting back into the sled as he is going to look to go beyond 320. How about it? If you're enjoying the pulls tonight, let's make some noise. Make some noise. Let the Butler Fair Board know you're having a good time tonight.
Oh, yeah. Gonna have a good time. Oh.
As we've still got one division of tractors to go after this. Calvin Brown Jr. gets the chain tight. He'll wait for the green flag. See what he can do with the Buckeye Bowtie. He had a good run going. Gets stopped up around that 310 mark. And the distance for Calvin Brown Jr. with the Buckeye bow tie. 312.69, 312.69. That currently puts him in the number 4 spot. So Luke Simeon holding on to the lead. And then 3 trucks in a row from the Buckeye Motorsports team with one more to go in that group. As we get ready to bring up our next competitor with a 94 Dodge Dakota. This is going to be Nathan Nye. Now this truck normally competes in the 5,000-pound small block modified division. So jumping up here tonight to run with the super stock trucks. So Nathan Nye getting the Dodge fired up.
Ryan Martin down here trackside slinging lead, and I'll tell you what, you came out slinging lead this season.
Yeah, we've done pretty good so far this year. That's an all-new truck from the ground up. We built it this winter, so a lot of bugs to work out. So it was nice to run at our hometown tonight. So we'll see how we make out with the rest of the class.
Well, and you talk about hometown, in a couple weeks we'll head to the Butler Farm Show as well.
Yeah, we're fortunate enough that we get to pull 2 times in our hometown, which is pretty awesome. A lot of people don't have that opportunity. So,
absolutely. Well, we'll see how this one holds up. A great class of trucks here so far tonight. Looks like we've got a couple more trucks left to go.
Yep, we'll see how it goes. So,
thank you.
All right, so Nathan Nye getting hooked up to the sled. Getting this truck normally runs in the 5,000 small block modified division. Jumping up to run with the super stock trucks here tonight. Nathan Nye. So making the jump up to run here with the super stock trucks tonight. His distance 224.99, 224.99. As we've got 3 more to go in the class. Luke Simeon still holding on to that lead out at 320.86. And this will be the 4th entry from the Buckeye Motorsports pulling team, getting ready to come to the line with a 97 Ford F350. This is Jim Tabor with an all-new truck for 2026. Jim got to do some driving at the end of the season over at South Buffalo. Got to drive Calvin Brown Jr.'s truck. Said, I like this class. I want a truck of my own. So over the winter put a truck together. And it has been a strong running truck so far here in 2026. Jim Tabor coming to the line with the truck he calls Over the Top. So 3 more trucks to go here. Jim Tabor getting ready to come to the sled. As right now his teammates are sitting in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position in the class. Luke Simeon holding on to lead out at 320. Trad Dill sitting in 2nd at 313, and Calvin Brown Sr. at 313 as well. So Jim Tabor getting hooked up. So out of the Buckeye Motorsports team, this is the only Ford out of the 4 trucks. So we'll see what the Ford can do. How about it, Ford fans? Who thinks the Ford can take over the lead? How many think the Chevrolet's going to hold on to the lead? One more time, Ford fans! All right, green flags are out. Jim Tabor over the top. Jim Tabor over the top, putting a good solid run down up around that 300 mark. And the distance for Jim Tabor with over the top, 302.51, 302.51. So the Ford's not able to do it yet. But we've got 1 Ford and 1 Chevy to go. We get ready to bring our next truck to the line. Out of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania with a 2004 Ford Ranger. This is going to be Ron Jack with the truck he calls the Bounty Hunter. A long-time competitor in the Super Stock division. And a very tough running Ford machine getting ready to come to the sled. Two more trucks to go. Who's ready for some diesel tractors here tonight? We are just about ready for our final class of the evening, the Hot Farm Super Farm Tractors, as we've got a tough class here tonight. 14 strong running tractors. Two more to go here in the Super Stock class. Ron Jack getting backed into the sled. Luke Simeon still holding on to that lead from early on in the class. Out at that 320 mark. Ron Jack with the Bounty Hunter. And the distance for Ronnie Jack with the Bounty Hunter, 309.28. 309.28. All right, last call for the CS merchandise stand. Last call if you want to get any of that CS merchandise located down on the apron in front of the grandstand. T-shirts, hoodies, hats. We've got stickers, earplugs, banners down there. Last call for merchandise. We'll be closing the merchandise stand at the start of the Hot Farm Super Farm class. So one truck to go in the Super Stock division. This is going to bring up Sam McGill Sr. with a 1967 Chevy called the Predator 4. And if you want to get into Super Stock truck pulling, Sam has this truck for sale. So if you want to get into Super Stock trucks, head on down there and see Sam after the pull. So Sam got a bunch of work done on this truck over the winter. Big shout out to Eddie Zedrick getting this truck all tuned up for him over the winter, making some big changes to that truck. We'll get to see Eddie Zedrick run here tomorrow night with the supercharged Pro Mod 4-wheel drive he calls the Thunderbolt. So our final truck in Super Stocks. Then we'll have a quick sled reset as we get ready to go in Hot Farm Super Farm tractors. Sam McGill Sr. getting the Predator 4 backed into the sled. Sam, a long-time competitor in this Super Stock truck division, made the decision to retire. That is why the truck is up for sale. Sam said if he doesn't sell it, though, he's going to keep going as long as he can. Getting Sam hooked up to the sled. That lead mark's still 320 for Luke Simeon. But out of the blue. So Sam's got the chain tight. We'll wait for the green flag. Sam McGill in the Predator 4. the Predator 4. A good solid run for Sam McGill and the Predator 4 at 3:14.44. 3:14.44 moves him into number 2 in the class. So we'll have a rundown here momentarily. So 11th place is going to go to Nathan Nye. 10th will go to Tyler Martin. 9th will go to Jim Tabor. 8th goes to Ryan Martin. 7th goes to Ronnie Jack. 6th place goes to Richard Eberhardt. 5th goes to Calvin Brown Jr. 4th place goes to Calvin Brown Sr. 3rd place goes to Trad Deal. 2nd goes to Sam McGill Sr. with the Predator 4. And your winner here tonight, Luke Simeon, out of the blue.
Well, Brad, I don't know what in the world's going on now. It looks like we got Jumpin' Joey. He must have stood somebody's strike or something.
Yeah, I don't know. What is that contraption Joey's on down there?
Well, this is my new trike. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Did your strike break down?
But I've been working on it, and I don't know, man. Oh. Well, it might have been the
strike might have broke down. I'm not sure.
It might have been the chain. I don't know. No, it'll be all right. You just got to turn the switch on real quick. I don't know. Maybe I put too much oil. I don't know. We're gonna try, but I don't know what I don't know about this thing. Oh, she still runs. A girl. Ouch. Oh yeah, she runs. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She runs.
All right, so getting the sled reset as we get ready to go with our final division of competition here tonight. Our Hot Farm Super Farm tractors, and we've got a stacked class here. So we get ready to go with Hot Farm Super Farm. Looks like they added a weight or two to the transfer machine down there. As Rick
Krause making the final.
As we get ready to bring our first competitor to the line in Hot Farm Super Farm. Capital of the world. This is going to be Brian McConnell with International 1066. He calls the Milkman's Mojo. A very tough running tractor, as he has been right up near the top all season so far. Now, no win yet on the CS circuit for the season, but Brian was the winner on the 4th of July up at Clark's Mills with Northwest PA Pullers. So looking for his first CS win here tonight. All right, so it sounds like we're going to go down trackside with Chase Steinman with another interview.
Luke Simeon, the driver of Out of the Blue, our winner of tonight's show here at the Big Butler Fair in the 410 Superstock class, our former points champion. Luke, how'd it feel out there?
Good, great track. I pulled here many years, and so far they put new clay, and it really helped.
Well, a lot of people, you know, they're working on their trucks, getting ready for the season. One thing that's kind of unique about you, you do all your work yourself, correct?
I do everything. I do the engines, the whole truck, front to back. Everything is mine.
So where'd you learn all this stuff?
Along the way, I guess a lot from my father. Gotta give him a lot of credit.
Pretty tough to beat here in the 410 Superstock class. There's always a couple nipping on your heels, but what is it? Is it a lot of experience? Is a lot of it the engine? What is it?
I don't know. I give my praise to the Lord. He helps me out, I believe. I work hard on it, and all these guys do, actually.
Well, I know you got a lot of family watching the live stream as well, so we appreciate you coming out, and we'll send it back up, Brad.
Tonight in the Super Stock division. All right, looks like the adjustment is done on the weight transfer machine. Go as we get ready to start Hot Farm, Super Farm. Now a combination class here of Hot Farms and Super Farms. Easiest way to tell the two groups of tractors apart. The Hot Farm tractors running the narrower 20.8 tires on the rear, where the Super Farms running the big 24-inch rubber. So class. And McConnell getting back in with the Milkman's Mojo. So the Hot Farm tractors limited to 510 cubic inch. Super Farms 640 cubic inch. Hot Farm tractors weighing in at 9,500 pounds. Super Farm tractors weighing in at 9,300 pounds. Very, very similar in horsepower and torque. These tractors are very, very competitive, and it can be anybody's game in this class. We've seen winners on both the Hot Farm and Super Farm side of this class, and very, very competitive. These tractors ran over at the Bunker Hill Shootout back in June, and we had about a dozen of those tractors over there for that show, and the whole class was within about 10 feet of each other. So anybody's game here tonight. Brian McConnell getting the chain tight to kick things off with the Milkman's Mojo. McConnell, the Milkman's Mojo. Brian's distance 310.98 feet. 310.98. So confirmation from trackside. The sled is set. Brian's going to keep that distance. He said, come get me if you can. So the mark to beat, 310.98 for Brian McConnell with the Milkman's Mojo. As we get ready to bring our next competitor to the line out of Bellbury, Ohio with International 1066. This is going to be Robbie Alloway. with the tractor called Prime. Now, we haven't seen this tractor on the CS circuit before, but another hot farm coming in out of the state of Ohio. Again, we've got 13 tractors and 1 exhibition to run here tonight. As Robbie Alloway getting backed into the sled with the International 1066 called Prime. So one final pass to the scraper roller as Robbie gets the chain tight. Looking to beat that mark of 310 feet. Green flags are out. Robbie Alloway with Prime. Robbie Alloway with Prime. A little bit of a wild ride. He was all over that track, getting close to this right-hand sideline. And the distance for Robbie Alloway and Prime, 284.71. 284.71. A little bit of a wild ride as he was all over that track. He was heading for the right-hand sideline, worked hard to get that tractor to come back over to the center of the track, cost him some valuable distance, but a good run for the Hot Farm tractor in out of the state of Ohio. All right, so we're going to see our first Super Farm tractor coming to the track. Out of Ligonier, Pennsylvania with an MX270. This is going to be Wes Binky with the tractor he calls the Buckin' Binder. So our first Super Farm coming to the sled as the mark to beat's at 310 feet. Wes Binky getting hooked up. Wait for the scraper roller as he gets that chain tight. Binky with the bucking binder. And the distance for Wes Binky with the bucking binder, 287.01. 287.01 moves him into the number 2 spot in the class. So moving back over to the Hot Farm side of the class, another tractor out of Volant, Pennsylvania with International 1066. This is going to be Wyatt Snyder. So Wyatt Snyder brings the International Hot Farm to the line. Snyder getting ready to go. Brian McConnell still holding on to the lead with the Milkman's Mojo out of 310. Hot Farm, Super Farm tractors head to the Bunker Hill Shootout also this weekend. That's going to be 2 awesome nights of pulling, Friday and Saturday at the Bunker Hill Shootout. Wyatt Snyder getting the chain tight. Green flags are out, looking to go beyond 310 for the lead. Wyatt Snyder, tractor doing a little bit of bouncing on him there. It was trying to pick the front end up and just kept settling back down. That bounce had definitely cost him some distance. And the distance for Wyatt Snyder, 277.74. 277.74. So not the run he was hoping for here tonight. Is that tractor not able to settle down and get a good bite on the track for him? So we'll get ready to bring our next tractor to the track, as we've got an all-red class so far here tonight. Our Our next competitor out of Newcastle, Pennsylvania with an MX 300 case. This is going to be Corey Pirog with the tractor he calls Getting Lucky. Another tough running hot farm tractor in this division. So Corey Pirog getting back to the sled with Getting Lucky. He's going to look to go out beyond that 3:10 mark to take over the lead from Brian McConnell.
Hey, Brad. Hey, Brad.
Yeah, Joey.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Daisy.
Daisy who?
They see me rolling. Oh.
Uh-oh. I lost your ball under the fence.
Second ball I've lost tonight.
All right, green flags are out. Corey Pirog Getting Lucky. Oh, he's right up there near that 300-foot mark. I don't think that's going to be good enough for the lead. And the distance for Corey Pirog with Getting Lucky, 300.9. 300.9. That'll be good enough to move him into the number 2 spot in the class. But Brian McConnell still holding on to lead at 310. As we go back to the Super Farm side of the class and we get to see our first green tractor coming to line. How about it? Do I got any John Deere fans here tonight? Coming in and out of New Wilmington, Pennsylvania on a John Deere 6030. This is Brad McFarland with the tractor called Untamed. Big block John Deere power under the hood of this Super Farm. Been running very strong so far here in 2026. So Brad McFarland bringing the big John Deere Super Farm to the line as he's going to look to get beyond that 310 mark. Again, this is a very tough group of tractors. It is anybody's game right down to the end. As as they are often within inches. Matter of fact, these tractors Saturday night ran up a destination 300, and there was a couple tractors in that class. They were less than about 2 inches apart, so anybody's game here yet tonight, as we are just about approaching that halfway point in the Hot Farm Super Farm division. So Brad McFarland gonna get the chain tight. He'll wait for that green flag. See what he can do with the John Deere called Untamed. Brad McFarland Untamed. So the mark to beat was at 3:10.98. Distance for Brad McFarland and Untamed 3:27.43. He's your new leader. So John Deere taking over the top spot. Brad McFarland and Untamed. As we get ready to go back to the Hot Farm side of the class with an International 1066 out of Cole Center, Pennsylvania. This is going to be Michael Tahanis with a tractor called Charlie's Angel. Very tough running Hot Farm tractor. Many of these tractors went out and competed at the Keystone Nationals back in March out in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, at the Indoor Truck and Tractor Pull. Hot Farms by invitation only. This was one of the tractors that got to go out there. As a very tough field of Western Pennsylvania Hot Farm tractors competed out there. Michael Tahanis with Charlie's Angel. That new lead mark out at 3:27. So Michael Tahanis getting hooked up. He'll get that chain tight. One final pass to the scraper roller tractor. Again, want to thank the Western Pennsylvania Truck and Tractor Pulling Crew, keeping this track beautiful looking all night long. All right, Michael's got the chain tight. We got a green light on a sled. Our green flags are out. Michael Tahanis, Charlie's Angel. And the distance for Michael Tahanas with Charlie's Angel, 295.04. 295.04. Tractor was turning some big RPM. Not able to carry that front end going down the track. And anytime you want to carry that front end about 6 inches off the ground, really gets these tires planted into the ground. Not able to get the front end of that tractor up. Cost him some distance there at 295.04. Our next competitor with International 1066 out of Valley Grove. This is going to be Nick Thiemann. So Nick Thiemann coming to the sled with the Hot Farm International 1066. That new lead mark out at 327 for Brad McFarland and Untamed. We've still got a highly competitive group of tractors waiting in the staging area. So it looks like Nick's got the chain tight. Past that scraper roller tractor. He'll wait for the green flags. Nick Thiemann with the International 1066 out of Valley Grove. Looking to go beyond 327. Nick Thiemann putting down a solid pass. And Nick's distance 294. 294.28. So we stay with Hot Farms as we get ready to bring our first John Deere Hot Farm to the track. Coming in out of Billsville, Ohio with a John Deere 8400. This is going to be Ray Campbell with the tractor he calls the Diggin' Deer. Now, first time we've seen this tractor on the CS pulling circuit. So we'll see what the John Deere out of Ohio can do, as that lead mark still out of 327. Campbell bringing the John Deere out to the sled. As we've still got 5 tractors to go in this division, and we'll round the evening out with an exhibition run. Again, you can see these tractors this weekend over at the Bunker Hill Shootout in Beloit, Ohio. Along with the 410 Superstock trucks, high performance gas, the classic Superstock tractors, V8 hot rods will be over there as well. Along with the 3.6 Pro Street semis. So lots of action going on this weekend at the Bunker Hill Shootout. That's Friday and Saturday night over in Beloit, Ohio. And then next Friday night, we head over to the Trumbull County Fair. CS Pulling Promotions makes its debut next Friday night over at the Trumbull County Fair over in Portland, Ohio. Here we go, Ray Campbell digging deer. Ray Campbell, the digging deer. That front end high in the air. He had a lot of ground speed, but a little bit of a wild ride cost him some distance. Ray Campbell and the digging deer at 290.22. 290.22. Good run for the tractor in out of the state of Ohio. First time on the CS Pulling circuit. So we get ready to go back to Super Farm as we stay with John Deere. This will be the second entry from the McFarland Pulling Team out of New Wilmington, Pennsylvania on a John Deere 4320. This is going to be Shane McFarland with a tractor he calls the Rutten Buck. So we've seen Brad McFarland go earlier, holding on to the lead. So now we're going to see what Shane can do. All new tractor for 2026. This all new engine made its debut down at the Keystone Nationals in Harrisburg. Put down a good solid run for the first pass out on that motor. Shane missed about a year and a half as over at the Lawrence County Fair had a catastrophic engine failure, split the entire engine in half, broke the pump, the turbocharger, everything under that hood, basically brand new to start off this season. And he has been running very strong. Now Brad runs the big block John Deere. Shane running the small block John Deere under the hood. Still 640 cubic inch, still limited to a 3x3 charger. But they do have the option. They can run the big block or the small block. Shane run the small block power under the hood. So we'll see what Shane McFarland can do with the Rutten Buck. Getting the chain tight as we've got 4 more tractors in this division. Brad McFarland holding on to lead at 327. Green flags are out. Shane McFarland, the Rutten Buck. McFarland, the Rutten Buck. And the distance for Shane McFarland with the Rutten Buck, 3:22.86, 3:22.86. Currently moves him into number 2 in the class. So Brad McFarland number 1, Shane McFarland number 2. Brian McConnell back now to number 3 in the class with 3 more to go. So we've seen John Deere, we've seen International, our one and only Ford in the class getting ready to come to the line. Do I got any Ford tractor fans here tonight? This is Mark Sidlinger out of Hadley, Pennsylvania with the Ford 8000 he calls Babe. A very tough running Ford Super Farm. Now this tractor used to compete as a hot farm tractor. A couple years ago, Mark made the decision to make the switch over to the Super Farm side of the class. Wanted to go out and pull at the pull in Bowling Green and get to go to places, pull on a little bit of the national circuit. So switched this tractor over to Super Farm, and it has been very, very tough since he has made the switch. Another tough run in Super Farm that was down at Harrisburg back in March. Got into the finals where they took the top 5 tractors. So Mark Sidlinger getting back into the sled. See what he can do with the big Ford called Babe. Brad McFarland still sitting in the lead out of 3:27. With 3 more tractors in the class, and we'll round out the evening with 1 exhibition run. Hooked up, he'll get that chain tight. Our only Ford in the Hot Farm Super Farm class here tonight. Now we do have a Ford exhibition run at the end of the night, but it will not count in the class. Sidlinger's got the chain tight. He'll wait for the green flags. Mark Sidlinger with Babe. Oh, he's got a good run, but I don't think it's going to be good enough. Mark Sidlinger with Babe. Well, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about just how close this class can be, Shane McFarland sitting at 322.86. Mark Sidlinger goes 322.26. Right now moves him into the number 3 spot. But very, very close run as it comes down to the game of inches in this Hot Farm Super Farm class. So Brad McFarland still holding on to lead. Shane McFarland still number 2. Mark Sidlinger now moving into that number 3 spot with 2 more to go in this division. That's going to bring up our next tractor, the John Deere Hot Farm out of Katanning, Pennsylvania. This is going to be Ron Bowser with the 4440 he calls Always Deer Season. So Super Farm sitting 1, 2, and 3 in the class right now. As we've got 2 hot farms left to go. As Ron Bowser brings the Always Deer Season 4440 to the line. Got the chain tight. We'll wait for that green flag. See what he can do with the hot farm. Always deer season. Ron Bowser, always deer season. And the distance for Ron Bowser, 285.26, 285.26. So one more and an exhibition to go. Last tractor in the competition out of Volant, Pennsylvania, with International 1066. Good running hot farm, getting ready to come to the track here. This is going to be Justin Martin driving the tractor called Double Take. Now this tractor gets its name because if you look at it, on one side of the tractor it is painted black. Right down the middle it is split. The other side is red. So awesome looking tractor if you get to see it up close, but on the side facing the grandstand here tonight, we get to see the black paint job. If you look at it from the other side, it is red for the International 1066 out of Volant, Pennsylvania. Justin Martin with the Double Take. So if you look down there on the Jumbotron, you kind of can see that red paint on the camera side there as they get backed into the sled. So red on the far side, black on this side. Justin Martin with the Double Take, looking to get beyond that 327 mark for the win here tonight. Final tractor in the standings, and we'll have one exhibition pass. All right, green flags are out. Justin Martin. Justin Martin with double take. And the distance for Justin Martin with double take, 296.94. 296.94. So we'll have a rundown here in that class momentarily. And then we'll have one exhibition pass out of Portersville, Pennsylvania with a Ford 8800. This will be Jeff Twinier with the tractor he calls Gen X. Competes in our heavy tough farm division on the Western PA circuit. Wanted to get a hook in here tonight. Been having a little bit of issues with this tractor. Wanted to make a test pass. So rundown tonight in the Hot Farm Super Farm class. 13th place goes to Wyatt Snyder. 12th will go to Robbie Alloway. 11th will go to Ron Bowser. 10th place goes to Wes Binky. 9th goes to Ray Campbell. 8th place goes to Nick Thiemann. 7th goes to Michael Tahanas. 6th place goes to Justin Martin. 5th place goes to Corey Pirog. 4th place goes to Brian McConnell with the Milkman's Mojo. 3rd place goes to Mark Sindlinger with Babe. 2nd goes to Shane McFarland with the Rutten Buck. And your winner tonight with the John Deere 6030 out of New Wilmington, Pennsylvania, Brad McFarland and Untamed. So one exhibition run to go here. Jeff Twinier getting hooked up to the sled with Gen X. See what he can do here tonight. Jeff Twinier and Gen X waiting for that green flag before we turn them loose. Final hook of the evening. Jeff Twinier, Gen X. His distance 271.27. So before we wrap up for the night, we got an interview down here with Chase Steinman. We'll turn it over to Chase.
So down here talking to Brad McFarland, the winner of your Hot Farm Super Farm class. Brad, tell us about that run tonight, man.
Well, it felt pretty good right from the start. The track was really good tonight. You guys did an excellent job on the track. It was just a good night.
So we're battling it back and forth a little bit with the Hot Farm Super Farms. We've seen so far you had a place finish there at the Bunker Hill Shootout, right?
Yep. Destination, I was second. I was second somewhere else, too. Bunker Hill. Yep. That's the first win of the season.
Yeah, a couple more hooks here left in the 2026 point series. We'll see how the season stacks out, but you're off to a great start.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, on behalf of CS Pulling Promotions, I'd like to thank everyone for coming out tonight. Have a safe trip home. Hopefully we'll see you back here tomorrow. And over at the Bunker Hill Shootout on Friday and Saturday. Again, thank you everyone and have a good night.
Don't drive drunk.
All right, Chase Diamond here, CS Pulling Promotions, talking with Dustin Harrison, Apex Diesel. Dustin, you're the new title sponsor of the 2.6 Pro Street Diesel class.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about Apex Diesel, what you guys do.
So biggest thing we do, performance and repair, diesel trucks, everything's diesel. About 75% of our business